Just as I thought it was going all right, I found out I'm wrong when I thought I was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. I could say day and you'd say night. Tell me it's black when I know that it's white. Always the same, it's just a shame, and that's all. I could leave but I won't go, though my heart might tell me so. I can't feel a thing from my head down to my toes. But why does it always seem to be me looking at you with you looking at me? It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Turning me on, turning me off, making me feel like I want too much. Living with you's just putting me through it all of the time. Running around, staying out all night, taking it all straight to take a one bite. Living with you's just putting me through it all of the time. I could leave but I won't go. Well, it'd be easier, I know. I can't feel a thing from my head down to my toes. Why does it always seem to be me looking at you, you looking at me? It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Truth is I love you more than I wanted to. There's no point in trying to pretend. There's been no one who makes me feel like you do. Say we'll be together to the end. But I could leave, but I won't go. It'd be easier, I know. I can't feel a thing from my head down to my toes. So why does it always seem to be me looking at you, you looking at me? It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. But I love you more than I wanted to. There's no point in trying to pretend. There's been no one who makes me feel like you do. Say we'll be together to the end. But just as I thought it was going all right, I found out I'm wrong when I thought it was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Well, I could say day and you say night. Tell me it's black when I know that it's white. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. That's all.
On behalf of the FEI, welcome to Linz Ebelsberg for another exciting leg of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Seasons 2024. It is with a great anticipation that we await to discover the young talents which will be competing here in the coming days. The FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series is an essential building block for our sport. Teaching young athletes the importance of teamwork and companionship, all while allowing them to gain experience at international level. Over the 2024 season, we have 9 qualifiers following.
Good morning, everybody.
which,
Welcome
the
along.
best teams of
And
the
as you can
region
hear,
will
I've got
come
my arena
together to
commentary
fight it out for the
sounding very loud
highest
as well.
step of the podium at the
But all good.
final
Looking
in
forward
Leer
to a
from the
day
12th to the
and looking
15th
forward to
of
some great youth
September.
competition.
The FEI
And
Champions
very
Cup
excited
Youth
for everything
Series
that's
offers a
coming our way
unique
today.
opportunity
We've
for
got
our young stars
amazing
to
few days of
represent
sport
the
coming from
nation,
Linz.
create
And
unforgettable
it looks to be a
moments, and
fabulous
kind
day.
of
So
future
all
international
exciting.
representation and success. Thank you to the organizers, partners, volunteers,
So,
and
all
officials
good.
for providing the next generation of athletes with such
Looking for, oh,
an
look,
incredible
somebody's got their dogs
platform
out there
to
as well. They're
showcase
looking
their
very happy.
talent. We wish every nation competing here in Linz, Ebelsberg the best of luck.
Have a good day, everybody.
More.
15 Minuten bis zum Beginn, 15 minutes left.
got a prayer in Memphis. Muriel plays piano every Friday at the Hollywood, and they brought me down to see her, and they asked me if I would do a little number, and I sang with all my might. She said, "Tell me, are you a Christian child?" And I said, "Ma'am, I am tonight." Walking in Memphis, was walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Walking in Memphis, I was walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, wenige Minuten noch bis zum Nations Cup der Children im Rahmen des CSO hier beim Linzer Pferdefestival 2024. 3 minutes now to go for the Nations Cup Youth Children of Linz 2024. Der Parcours von Franz Madl führt über 12 Hindernisse und 15 Sprünge. Die Bahn ist 425 Meter lang. Die erlaubte Zeit 73 Sekunden. The course from course designer Franz Madl. 12 obstacles and 15 efforts. Length of the course 425 meters. The time allowed is 73 seconds.
Very good morning, everybody. Delighted to welcome you along to Linz, live with you for this, the next leg of the FEI Nations Cup Youth. It is the Nations Cup competition that we're enjoying together today. We've got 2 Nations Cups to bring you live, 2 more tomorrow, because this amazing event here in Linz brings together the very best of youth competitions. We're going to start with the children's category and, of course, the Nations Cup format that sees 2 rounds of jumping for each of the team riders. Teams of 4, and we have 8 different teams. Romania getting us underway. They're joined here by the Swiss, the Dutch, the Italians, the Czech Republic, Germany, Austria, and Poland. And to get things underway, the pathfinder around this course is this partnership of Daria Maria Copas riding here with Castigo de Amor. This lovely mare, Holstein mare by Cascadello. Give us the first little clue. The time allowed on this track is 73 seconds, 12 different obstacles, 15 different jumping efforts. And let's enjoy this as we go along. Team jumping, such an important part of what all these children aim for, of course. Many will be looking to the Youth Europeans later this year, but this tremendous series for these international teams really giving these young jockeys a fabulous opportunity to compete for their nation at a young age, and we're getting a good start here, strong start indeed. Although saying that, there's the first score on the board. It's 4. Water with the 2 poles over it, so it's judged as a jump rather. In fact, it's the poles that are faultable rather than that laugh, but that plank afterwards certainly looking like it could cause 1 or 2 maybe a problem later when we're out there having a little look at the course. But plenty of eyes on to the first to go. We'll be trying to get a bit of a read of this. Now they come to this double, parallel in, out over the upright, and then they turn right-handed here to come back towards home. This is what is the last, with the whitish, silverish poles over the top. And then a little turn to the side, don't go, that's a double for later. So they finish things off on a score of 4 for the first of the Romanian team. Of course, we'll always talk in terms of best potential outcomes, because hopefully the others will go clear. So that's the opening score, but now on to the opening rider for Team Switzerland. It's Matilda Larsen riding Dover 9. This by Dirado.
Children Grand Prix von Monaco.
Right, still clear as she turns back behind our gazebo in the middle. We can just about see the poles there coming down to the water. It's quite steady after the water. Was trying to be very careful, and that'll just be interesting to see how the time reflects with this horse and rider combination. She has just been a little bit steadier than the first to go. Should be okay. She's just under the 10-second marker now, 73. This could well be the opening clear. She finishes nicely over this one. The claw, oh no! Commentator's curse, speak too soon, looks back and just does pick up a time penalty. You could just notice in the middle of the course she was just that little bit steadier in places than our first out, Daria. But Matilda Larsen there, compounding the problem of the time penalty by having the final fence down as well. Well, the Dutch team here, the Netherlands children's team gets started. Mike Linsink riding Galabek Z by Guidam Son. And how does this mare get on today? A couple of years now jumping internationally in the children's competitions. Also jumped on the team in the children's category last year in Lumpertshausen. This was a newish ride though. Started internationally with it at the back end last year. Again, you're just a little bit steady. They're going to be going at a speed of 350 meters per minute to ensure they're inside on the clock. And it's the clock that catches them out in terms of their jumping. They leave all the fences up, but they do pick up a 3 penalty score. So 75-62. Better than having a fence down, but unfortunately that could still cause the Dutch problems later on, we will see. And just think now we've seen a couple go, I'm sure the chef de keeps will be making sort of notes of that for the riders yet to come in. And just, as is usually the case, you quite often notice that they begin to understand where they can shave just a couple of seconds off in 1 or 2 of the turns. A couple of those rollbacks on the end, certainly when you look from 5 to 6 and 8 to 9, there is the ability just to perhaps take a stride or 2 away without complicating things. Now this is Andrea Pisani, the Italian rider. This is Charlemagne JTZ by Cassius. Jumped recently on the Nations Cup team that finished in 2nd place in Compiègne, the event that took place a few weeks back. Coming round now, again you can see they've just been a little bit more on the front foot in terms of the clock, and I think already with Nations Cup experience this year that is paying dividends, and the Italians will be absolutely thrilled with the way things have started here this morning. Andrea Pisani really making the most of his opportunity out there, being the pathfinder for the team, and that gives us our first clear round inside the time, well inside the time, and of course clear over the fences as well. So Italy off and running with the perfect score. Now we move on to the Czech Republic, and last week that's exactly where we were for the previous round of this phenomenal series. And Patrick and Lodani, their first rider out today. Of course, the Czech team's going very well last week. The children's team, in fact, perhaps was the one that didn't get the success they maybe deserved after some difficult moments, but either which way round, I mean, these two were on the Nations Cup team last week. They've done a lot of jumping down in Spain to kick the year off. Czech teams in the juniors and young riders last week really coming to the fore with two fabulous wins. Really positive down through the double now again. And I think this is where the word has gone back. They know just to pick up the pace a little bit, and we're off and running with Patrick and a clear round on Lodani. So the Czech team will be over the moon as well, and that in fact is the fastest time. Not at the moment that that's going to make any massive differences. Time, of course, just most important at this stage to get inside the time allowed. I love the bell here, isn't it great? Well, we've still got three more teams to go in this opening rotation of riders here in the Children's Nations Cup in Linz, Eldersberg. Lutz Christopher now, Germany, Castellino 5, the first of the German riders with this gelding by Castellini. Started strongly. Jumped on the Nations Cup team with this horse in Oklaviken Centaur, the opening leg of this season's tour. And he started in the children's category this year, although on the 4 at the moment. Team that day finished in the top 6. They finish in on the clock, but it is that one fence down to the opening rider for Germany there. That's Leskishnov finishing on a score of 4 with Castellino 5. So 2 more teams to go. At the moment, we've had 2 teams with their opening riders that have jumped clears, one for Italy and one for the Czech Republic. We have a team that has scored 3 with their opening rider. That was the Dutch, the Netherlands there, and then Germany and Romania both with a score of 4, the Swiss on 5. But next to go, the home team get started with Lily Ellen Ashuba-Schlab riding Emile Larouge. So good. It's their first time on a Nations Cup team for Austria. Got a little deep coming into the combination. They're going to need a lot of impulsion now. Oh, working well together, the two of them as a pair really dug themselves out of the hole there because they lost all their momentum when the fence went down going in. And horse and rider really coming together as a strong little team to power up and get out of that combination. and just tipping a little bit, losing their balance slightly, which sadly now reflects in a 12 penalty score. And I'm sorry to say, some time penalties are going to come their way as well. They've just not had the start that they will have wanted for the home team. Time penalties, of course, really bring the score up quite quickly, and that is a total of 23 with time involved as well there for Lily. Ellen Schwab, the ride there was Emile Larouge, but I have to say, like, really, that was a difficult moment. They ran a little deep, got themselves into trouble going into the combination, but like I said at the time, they worked it out together to get out the other end. So we come now to what is the final team. It is going to be Poland up next, and this is Alicia Kozmol riding Clearwater PP. So this is the last of the opening rotation of riders. These two who jumped together on the Children's European Championship team in Colleminore in Italy last year. So they've got a good level of experience. They were on the team last week in the Czech Republic. Poland will be hoping to get a strong start here with a rider they've certainly put to the fore that knows what it's like to deal with the pressure of jumping on teams, and they've been keeping a nice forward rhythm to this round. I'll be hoping they'll be okay on the time. Be careful you don't cut that angle in too much at the end. So there we go, cross the line, and just nicely done. Judged the time rather well, didn't they? So Poland get a clear as well. So as we complete the first rider from each of those 8 teams, we should mention at this point that all the teams could yet finish on 0, because if their remaining riders go clear, we of course take the best 3 out of 4 scores. But there are 3 teams that have got the advantage of seeing their first rider go clear, and that was the teams from Italy, the Czech Republic, and as we just watched, from Poland. So the next to go is the second rider out for Team Romania. This is under Elena Potier, riding Chocolate Brown, Chaco Blue mare this one. First of the Romanian riders picked up a score of 4, so I'll be hoping they can keep that in a discard position for the moment. They were also part of the team at the Europeans last year. They also jumped at the Balkan Youth Championships as well in Athens last year. Different horse on that occasion with Kid Delilo. The partnership we're watching did go last week to the Czech Republic. She rode her other horse, I Am Legend, on the team. But this ride, Chocolate Brown, jumped well in the Grand Prix. And so you can see they swapped things around this week. You can see what those two, what a wonderful relationship they've got, and how happy is she? She should be as well, because that was just what Romania needed. You can see why they swapped things around. That really paid dividends, bringing into the team this week Chocolate Brown, as Anderlecht swaps her horses over from one week to the next and jumps the clear this week to really push Romania forward, because they for the moment can continue to hold that 4 penalty discard and still have the potential outcome of getting out of round 1 on a 0 score. Now the Swiss will also be looking for a clear here because they started off with a score of 5 penalties, 4 for jumping, 1 for time. And now they are looking here to Lorena Stella Hori and E. Borussia, the mare by XNL. Jumped on the Nations Cup with this horse in France 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. Their second season of jumping on teams. Unfortunately, though, with that fence going down, it means that the Swiss team now know that they will at best move on to a 4 penalty score after this round. And it is the score of 4. It's accounting for. Sadly, they will keep the 5 for the moment as a discard, but the Swiss team now looking as a best outcome of 4 with 2 riders still to go. Now the Dutch started off actually with quite a good round. Unfortunately, time penalties perhaps coming from their first rider by virtue of the fact they were quite early in the draw, but that means the discard they're holding is a 3. Charlotte van Loon now with Dolce Vita is the next to go. This mare by Vigaro. It's going to be a long way back from there. It's a long ride when you've had such a early fence down in the course, unfortunately, with the first fence falling. It's their first time on a Nations Cup team for the Netherlands. Just getting a little bit of nervous, a little bit tight tense at the start. Now they're just trying to relax into that round. Well, they pick up 14 because, again, they've just gone over on the clock. So with those 12 for jumping and 2 for time, it means that that now becomes the discard score for the Dutch. Charlotte van Loon there and Dolce Vita on their Nations Cup debut for the Netherlands. Means the Netherlands move on to a score of 3, which does keep them ahead of the Swiss, but will of course drop them away from the top line, which currently is held by Romania, Italy, Czech Republic and Poland. Now Italy go next. They could really push themselves even further forward, having already got a clear, hoping for at least 2 more to keep that 0 score. But this is Maria Vittoria Chiesriano riding Let's Go as their second rider out on course. They've already had the clear from Andrea Pisani. Maria doing a great job at the moment. She rode on the winning children's team in Lumpershausen last May. That was on a horse called Never Forget Me. This mare she's riding today is by Kanan. She just lost her momentum a little bit coming round on that corner as she turned back. You can see how the horse just slightly backed up towards her. And that means the Italians will stay on a 0 for the moment, but they're now holding a discard of 4. Maria Vittoria there. And the second of the Italian horses, Let's Go. So those stay in touch with Romania. As we are now halfway through this second rotation of riders, having seen 4 of the teams, there are still 4 more to go. I believe there is a little break for arena maintenance as well after the second rider in each of the teams. Now, the next to go, Czech Republic. They are also looking to push on, having got that clear round from Patrick Opatani. Now it's Victoria Pospilenyova riding Hollywood de Hussit. This mare by Dayton Seat. These 2 part of the team last week at home. They were one of the high points last week. Sadly, they've had that fence down this week and another as well. After that clear round just 7 days ago. Now on a score of 8. Again, the Czech team, of course, with the advantage of that opening clear, for the moment stay on a 0. Well, with the time ticking down, I think they should just squeeze in. They may be vulnerable to a single fault. Oh, the clock. Well, they were in. They were on the line. Couldn't be more on the line if they tried. It was 73 dead. That is the time allowed. So they secure the correct time. But unfortunately, 3 fences down and 12 penalties scored, meaning they're holding a discard now, which is a little larger than some others. But the team for the moment could yet still finish on 0 if their last 2 riders are able to deliver clear rounds. Now we move to Germany, who started with that score of 4 from Lutz Gustova. Their second rider is Finn Hobsitz riding Vancouver. It's Westphalian gelding by Veleron. Jumped on the round on the Nations Cup team this year already in Belgium, back at the beginning of April. Jumped in a few children's competitions last year, went well, although this year's their first time on the German teams, with that outing a couple of weeks back. Balanced down to the water, but it's the balance after the water where you've got to be so careful, and the horse just started to run on, and as much as he tried to just sit the horse back a little bit to keep it away from that plank, he just caught it in front. So Germany moving on to a score of 4 as a team. For the score, for the second rider for Germany there, Flynn Hobbits and Vancouver. So they are, as a team, on a score of 4. Still tight at the moment. Well, we're back with our hosts as Austria go next. Annalena Gasparel riding Artos, gelding by August de Diet. Now this is a really key round from these two that's going to be required for the Austrian team, because sadly their opening rider had a score of 23, so they need to keep that as a discarded mark. These two have got a little bit of international experience, but it is their first time as well on a team. And again, that opening fence causing an Austrian rider problems today. It's sad to see, but with two fences going down, all these scores are now counting with that large discard they were holding, and it's certainly not getting any easier for Anna, which is such a shame. They've got a good track record jumping in one-star classes already this year here in Linz. Oh dear. Lost the momentum in the middle of the combination, and when they came down, of course, the drop cups dropping that pole away immediately as part of the safety of these fences. But what it did mean is the pony, or the horse I should say, had lost its momentum, and that's why it ducked out of that final fence. Now when you have a bell, is she retiring? I think she is. I think she's decided things are just not quite working like she needs them to today. Or is she going again? No, I think she is going again. That's the difference with team competitions. You see, the importance is to perhaps sometimes try and keep. You want to, even with a score, you want to try and finish, otherwise you don't get to come back. Oh dear, she's gone down. But she looks to be okay, I hope. There's an amazing team, as there always is at these FEI international events, of both medical and veterinary. But that elimination really unfortunate for the Austrian team, because it means now they have to use that 23. But most importantly, as I say, I hope that Anna's absolutely fine. There's going to be a little bit of a moment while things are just rebuilt before we get started with Susanna Kusarani, who rides Jaraka. This is Poland. Now, Poland started with a clear round, which was a brilliant start from their opening rider, which was Alicia Kozamol. Could they be the only team to get their first two riders clear? It hasn't happened yet. So, Polish team with a real chance to steal a little bit of an advantage on the others here. These two jumped on the Nations Cup team together that finished in second place in Belgium back in April. They were on the winning team last year together in Samrin as well. Strong pairing, but unfortunately that rail goes. For the moment, Poland stay on that 0 score, because they can hold this as the discard. Just a time penalty to add in as well. 0.61 over brings the score up to 9 for the second of the Polish riders. So that score there for Susanna Koparani, which means we are now halfway through the opening round. You could say quarter of the way through this Nations Cup competition. And at the moment, there are 4 teams on 0 that could still, with clears from their final riders, get to the end of the opening round with a 0 score. They are Romania, Italy, the Czech Republic and Poland. Then the Dutch on a score of 3, the Swiss and Germany on 4, and Austria on a total of 23. We're going to take a short break for arena maintenance and come back very, very soon.
Vorneweg Rumänien und Italien mit 4 Punkten bisher.
Champagnerfäden mit Fame, viel Geld, dicken Villen und Sonnenbrillen. Ich seh doch ganz genau, dass du eigentlich was anderes willst. Es geht nun weiter nach der Pause mit den jeweils dritten Reitern jedes Teams im Children Nations Cup von Linz. In der ersten Runde, wir erwarten Cashmere in Holstein gezogen, geängst von Contendro, geritten von Ina Maria Brita, representing Romania. Vier und 0 bisher das Team Rumäniens. 4 and clear so far for the team Romania.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the second half of the opening round of our First Nations Cup. The FEI Youth Series is here with you live in Austria, and important rounds are jumping ahead of us in this opening round as we now move into the third rider of each of the teams. We go back to the beginning, therefore, so to speak, because the first of these 8 teams is Romania, who were drawn out the hat to go out first in each rotation. Ina Maria Botier now and Kashmir 31. The Romanian team could yet still finish on 0, but they need a clear. They're holding a discard of 4 penalties. This course, to remind you, has a time allowed of 73 seconds, and already now with that fence down and doubling up because the middle of the combination has fallen to make it 8. So this will now move on as a discard mark for the moment. May have a time penalty to add to the score as well here. They do just as well. In fact, if they picked up 2, they have 14 is the score for the third of the Romanian riders there. Ina and Kashmir 31. So as a team now, Romania moving on to a mark of 4. Grace Bill rides Claire, the Swiss team, who are still trying to find a clear round. Now with this horse. This mare is by Star Gold. Coming round to the combination. Just caught out a couple already this morning. 2 strides parallel, 1 stride upright out. Start of their year down in Italy. They've jumped some good rounds actually down there in some of the 1-star classes, including picking up a few wins. Ooh, problems though. Yeah, glad I don't see the camera pulled away, obviously for quite sensible reasons, but unfortunately that fall bringing a slightly early round. I'm glad to see she's able just to walk away. There's not a lot you can do sometimes when the pony or the horse just stops dead on you like that. So it means the Swiss team move on to a mark of 9. It also means that whatever score they get from their final rider, it will count. Next to go are the Dutch, the Netherlands, who currently reside on a mark of 3, but they are holding a discard of 14. Now, Mini Vos rides Don Diablo by Valiant. This Dutch gelding goes next. It's quite sort of finely balanced at the moment, so I've always maintained what I love about Nations Cup jumping is from one round to the next. you just never quite know which way it's going to go, and just when you think it's going against you, you can find actually it all turns round, and suddenly you find yourself in a stronger position because you get a couple of really good rounds for your team, and it brings you back into play. Likewise, of course, it can go the other way, but you never want to discard, even when you've had some difficult rounds where you are. But obviously, if you can get the good rounds on the board early, it's always going to help you. No trouble at all, but she's really struggling now. She comes back to the water. They did a great job there. Well, down to the plank after the water, really having to put the anchors on a little bit to try and sit the horse back, make sure it was comfortable and well positioned again. The horse just pulling it a little bit, coming down towards the double, and Minnie here doing a tremendous job in the saddle. Should be okay in terms of time, and there we go. The Dutch get a clear round and stick on that score of 3, which of those 3 teams we've seen so far with 3 riders, that's the best. So they keep that 14 away from their score as a discard mark, and Mini Vos there and Don Diablo making sure that the Netherlands, for the moment at the very least, are very much in play. So great round. It's only the 5th clear round as well. Next to go, Gabriele Zagnini riding Diablo Z. We are next with the Italians now. They yet could trump the Dutch, because with a discard of 4, they have their clear from their opening rider, so could yet stay on a 0 score, but that's reliant on a clear. Turns back towards the last, just coming on a little bit of an angle. Oh. Well, the Italian team are very much pushing on. They get their second clear round. They stay for the moment on a 0 score. And at worst, they're going to walk out of this round on a score of 4, because that's the discard they're holding at the moment. So with that clear round there from Gabriel, it's put them in a really strong position. Czech Republic go next. They also could yet finish on 0 if they can repeat what the Italians have just done here with Illusion. Vanessa Rakova. The discard they're holding is a mark of 12. That, big effort in the middle of the combination, but again they get out, so they now just got to keep their composure. Riding on down, I'm not sure that they didn't lose their stirrup there, but they've just managed to find the pedal again.
Someone could be that important that without them you feel like nothing. No one will ever understand how much it hurts. You feel hopeless, like nothing can save you. And when it's over and it's gone, you almost wish that you could have all that bad stuff back, so that you could have the good.
Well, they're coming round to finish on a score of 1 for time on top of the jumping, so it becomes a score of 9. And that is the score for the moment for the team from the Czech Republic, as they can keep the 12 away from the scorecard. It is, though, a counting score Some good moments in that round, just the combination certainly proved to be the tricky part of it. And of course, when they sort of lost their momentum in there as well, that sort of cost them slightly with the clock.
Marie Neukirch, representing Germany. 2x4 bisher, 4 and 4 points so far for Germany.
When we move next to Germany, who are on a team score of 4, both riders on 4 from their opening 2. This is Luna Hagrun riding here with President CL. This gelding by Harley. It's out of a Quillibet Hero mare, Belgian bred. Nice positive start here from Luna. Germany could very much do with a clear just to keep themselves within a fence of the Italians. Run out at the water though. Now coming back to have another go. Certainly no trouble on the second attempt. Quite happy to go, but time penalties likely to come their way, which should, well, it will now mean that Germany moving on to a team score of 8. Difficult round, but she's recovered well after the run out of the water. Despite having a couple of late fences down, the score becomes the discard for Germany. It's a mark of 30 in the end there, but as a team they will go on to a score of 8 for the moment, because they can hold that as a discard mark. The next to go is Austria, not quite in such a good position. They've had a really difficult start to the day. 23 for their first rider, and unfortunately that score has had to count with the elimination of their second rider, Annalena Gasprol. So a lot of pressure now on the last 2 to complete, and of course the scores will count. Lena Koller is the penultimate rider in the Austrian team, rides here with Neoriki R, the mare by Andy Armo. Reins up a little bit, gets going nicely. Their international debut here this week. And that's been the story through the Austrian children's team, really giving these new riders their opportunity in the teams. Just need to keep that control. Reins getting a little bit long in places. You can see how her hands have really come back to her body, and she's just trying to keep that level of control now. With the plank, of course, going down after the water. Just over on the clock as well, 73.75, so it's a total of 5, and we'll move the Austrian team on to a total of 28. Well, one more to go in this third rotation before we get into the final rider of each of the teams. We're back with Poland, and again, they're a team not to be counted out as of yet. They had that clear round from their opening rider, Alicia Kosmal. The discard at the moment is a score of 9. Now their third rider out is Leonie Alessandra Perlini, riding Jarabella TS. This mare by Berlin. The third rider out, and the last in the third rotation of riders for these 8 teams. Of course, this is Adam Kozolensky on track now. My apologies for reading the wrong name out a moment ago. Riding here with Charlton by Quasimodo Z. Well, their total comes in at a total of 27 there, which means the Polish team now do move on to that score of 9. So we have one more rider to go in each of these 8 teams. The only team at the moment that can go into the second round on a 0 score is the Italians, because they have the 2 clears. Worse, they will go through, for they are in the strong position. It's Italy in the lead after 3 riders gone. Then it's the Dutch on a score of 3. Then the Romanian team on 4. Then we have Germany on a score of 8, and interestingly, somehow we've ended up with 3 teams on a score of 9. They are the Swiss, the Czech team, and the team from Poland. Well, here we go, Romania hoping for a 4 at the finish, but that means they need a clear. Horia Butsa riding Huracan RC. It was the final partnership out in the anchor position. Quite often the chef keeps trying to send their strong riders out first and last. These are quite often the most pressured rounds, putting sometimes the slightly less experienced, maybe newer team riders in the middle. Did that go? Or did it stay? I think it stayed, looking at the score. The camera moved past so quick it was hard to tell. Time is absolutely fine. It's just one fence, and this is a big moment for the Romanian team, who get the clear to finish things off as well. So a superb performance will allow the team to finish this opening round on a score of 4 for Team Romania, which is a brilliant result, because at worst they'll only be a fence off the lead, but they could yet find themselves tied at the top, depending what happens with the Italians. We will see. So superb pressure performance from Horia Butsa there and Huracan RC. Now the Swiss team, one of the 3 teams on a score of 9 as a best potential outcome. They are though in a position where this round from Leone, Alessandro Pelloni and Giarabella TS is going to count because of the elimination from their previous rider. By Berlin. Nice and positive through the combination. Now turning left-handed, coming back. It's got a nice forward rhythm to this round. I would think the time should be fine. Again, putting in a really stellar performance. Very strong round of riding. If they secure that clear, which they have, they've done all they can. So, knowing whatever happened, the score was going to count. They have made sure the score really does count by delivering a clear round for the Swiss team and ensuring they come to the end of this opening round of this Youth Nations Cup for the children on a score of 9. Now the Netherlands can put themselves in a very unique position because they currently are on a score of 3. So, depending what happens with Italy, of course, Italy could yet finish on a 0, but the Dutch team can keep themselves ahead of Romania if they get a clear round here from Joop Schaap and Vlaulk. The Volk here for the Netherlands. Harley VDL, sort of a Hemingway mare, this mare. Joop, who jumped on the Nations Cup team with a different horse back in Belgium, the first leg of the season. Just been very steady, very accurate, very precise on the turns. You would think the time will be fine, and this is going to mean, if he jumps this, the Netherlands get a clear round, and in doing so, ensure that they will either be in second place on a score of 3 or leading on a score of 3, going through from round 1. So the 2 clears coming from their final 2 riders, and as a team, therefore, they finish on a score of 3 penalties. But who leads after round 1? Will it be the Netherlands or will it be Italy? Italy know that at worst they will be on a score of 4 because they've had 2 clears and a 4. But with Antonio Spano now, they could yet wrap this up on a 0 score and lead going in to the second round. Either which way round, there's going to be a less than a fence between our top 2 teams. Just asking for a little bit of an adjustment being made just to check the fence. So Antonio Spano riding past Patrick van der Kobrashova. Big moment in this opening round of this Youth Nations Cup. Italy looking to try and get out of round 1 with the only team on, or as the only team on 0. But at worst, with our 4 being held as a discard, they're either going to be first or second going into round 2. Coming down to the water. Quite relaxed at the moment. Beautifully controlled, picked out their stride. Three jumping efforts left. Time is fine. Oh, Italy will lead going into round 2. They are the team on 0. There's only going to be 3 penalties in it, but it is the only 0 score in round 1 from any of these 8 teams. The Italian team who are looking very good indeed. They had that one rider with a score of 4, but their other 3 riders have all jumped clear rounds. Something just been given a 4 there. Just going to get that checked. Antonio Spano.
Representing Czech Republic. 0-12 und 9 Punkte bisher. Clear 12 and 9 so far for Czech Republic.
Well, we move on to Adriana Kagorova now for the Czech Republic, who'd started off, of course, strongly with a clear. Unfortunately, now on a best outcome of 9, they're holding a 12 penalty discard with their last rider in here on Etras Dostral. Seems the timing screen at my end is frozen, which is why I was unable just to confirm what I'd written down, but as far as I'm concerned, Italy were on a 0. Just nothing coming through from that last rider. We're on the 4 now here for the Czech team. It moves them on to a total mark of 13. And unfortunately, the last goes as well, and that counts. So that mark of 8 means that the Czech Republic moving on to a total of 17 at the end of this opening round. Sadly there, with those 2 fences going down for Adriana Hakarova. That score of Italy's was confirmed. The screen's now updated itself. So Italy on a 0 score. We've got the Dutch on 3, Romania on 4. So 1 fence between the top 3 teams, but less than a fence between the top 2. Next to go, Germany. Brian Biermann riding here with Balotelli. Balotelli 5 is the rider for the German team. This by Balladarue. Important round as well, because the German team, who will at best finish on a score of 8, will want to stay as close as they can to the podium positions. But they are holding a mark of 30 as a discard, so any problems here for Brian are going to count, but a huge jump over the parallel across the middle. Part of the gold medal winning team in the Children's Europeans last year on Carlucci 20. It's a golden performance to wrap it up for the German team as well. Superb performance from Brian Biermann. Brian Biermann and Balotelli 5 jumps the clear round to keep Germany very much in the hunt here as well, because they, finish on 8.
Germany after the first round 8 points.
So they stay within 2 fences of the lead. Now the Austrian team, who struggled today, looking perhaps for a positive moment here with Jana riding Cabello. Team at best on 28, but again with an elimination earlier on, they are having to count this score. Gelding by Caratino. Well, fingers crossed, because this would be such a good finish for the team. After a really difficult few rounds for the team at home here in Linz, it is a clear round for the Austrians rider Jana Vrm there, and Cabello as the last out for the team. It means they, of course, stick with that mark of 28. So we know the Italians are going to lead. There's one more rider to go in this opening round, and it'll be the final rider out for Poland. Poland who are holding a discard of 27, at best can finish on a score of 9, but that would keep them perhaps still within the hunt for the podium if they can do that. So Helena Gola is the last to go with a Carbonara MK. Carbonara then is the last to go. This mare by Contendress. Still clear as they come back across the arena. Now the double on the turn back to the last. Time is fine here for Helena. Great way to finish as well. We got some really strong rounds, in fact, of those final team riders. The anchor riders across the final 8 to go. We only had one that had fences down. The others all securing clears. But it means the Polish team are on a score of 9 alongside the Swiss. So that wraps up round 1 of this Youth Nations Cup, the Children's Nations Cup here. Round 2 to come, where they will all jump again. But it is Italy on a score of 0 that lead the way, from the Dutch on a score of 3, Romania on 4. That's the podium at the moment. Then Germany on 8, Switzerland and Poland are on 9 apiece, the Czech Republic on 17 and Austria on 28. I'm going to come back in about 45 minutes time with the second round of jumping. In the meantime, the individuals will jump. But we'll look forward to seeing what happens in the second round of jumping, because that will be the deciding moments of this Nations Cup here in Linz. Look forward to being back with you for that live here all day.
After the first round in the Children Nations Cup of Linz, the team Italy with clear. The second so far, the Netherlands with 3 points. The third so far with 4 points, Romania. Es wird in der zweiten Runde dann nach den Individuals Riders in gestürzter Reihenfolge zum Ergebnis des ersten Umlaufes an den Start gegangen.
She's a beast. I call her karma. She eats your heart out like Jeffrey Dahmer. Be careful, try not to lead her on. Shorty heart is on steroids cause her love is so strong. You may fall in love when you meet her. If you get the chance, you better keep her. She's sweet as pie, but if you break her heart, she turns cold as a freezer. That fairy tale ending with a knight in shiny armor. She can be my sleeping beauty. I'm gon' put her in a coma. Damn, I think I love her. Shot it so bad, I sprung and I don't care. She wrapped me like a roller coaster, turned the bedroom into a fair. Her love is like a drug. I was trying to hit it and quit it, but little mama so dope, I messed around and got addicted.
So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dog. Are you ready for a
He mightn't blow up and kill this man. Everybody get up. Everybody get up.
If you can't hear what I'm trying to say, if you can't read from the same page,
Maybe I'm going deaf, maybe I'm going blind, maybe I'm out of my mind. Okay, now he was close, tried to domesticate you, but you're an animal, baby, it's in your nature. Just let me liberate you. You don't need no papers, that man is not your maker, and that's why I'm gonna make you good girl. I know you want it, I know you want it, I know you want it. Good girl, can't let it get past me. You're far from plastic, talking about getting blasted. These blurred lines, I know you want it, I know you want it, I know you want it. But you're a good girl, the way you grab me, must wanna get nasty. Go ahead, get at me. Everybody get up.
what do we need dreams for? When you got them jeans on, what do we need steam for?
You the hottest chick in this place. I feel so lucky. You wanna hug me? What rhymes with hug me? Okay, now he was close. Tried to domesticate you, but you're an animal. Baby, it's in your nature. Just let me liberate you. You don't need no papers. That man is not your maker, and that's why I'm gonna make you good girl. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. Good girl, can't let it get past me. We're far from plastic. Talking about getting blasted. Everybody get up. Blurred lines. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. But you're a good girl. The way you grab me, must wanna get nasty. Go ahead, get it.
One thing I ask you, let me be the one you bet that pass it to. Go from Malibu to Paribu, yeah, I can have a big machine bad to you. So hit me up when you pass through. I give you something big enough to tell your past too. Swag on them when you drag casual. I mean, it's almost unbearable. In 100 year, not there would I. From a far side, let you pay me back. Nothing like your leg guy, he too square for you. He don't smack me, say that pull your hair for you. So I'm jail watching, hand waiting for you to salute and chew did pimp. Not many women can refuse did pimp, and I'm a nice guy, but don't get it confused. Did pimp.
Shake it up, get down.
Dann die internationale Springprüfung über 1,30 Meter, gerichtet nach Fehlerpunkten und Zeit. Der Parcours 12 Hindernisse, 15 Sprünge mit einer Lappenzeit von 73 Sekunden. The children individual riders, the competition is against the clock over 1 meter and 30
The course is 425 meters long, over 12 obstacles, and for 15 efforts is the time allowed 73 seconds. Zur Information an die Teilnehmer, die Siegerung für diese Springprüfung dann ohne Pferd in der Nähe der Meldestelle. The prize giving ceremony without horse next to the show office. Thank you. Und eröffnet wird der Preis vom Brunnenhof jetzt von Uranus Stadtpark Mesnil und Maria Vittoria Gafuri, Italien, Italy.
Just wanna get nasty. Go ahead, get at me. Everybody get up. Everybody get up.
Stützverleiter zum Aus von Maria Vittoria Gafuri. Die 13-jährige Stute Amabilita von Arcadius wird geritten von Svea Wagner, Deutschland, Germany. Stütze zum Aus von Svea Wagner.
Wir erwarten Mike Kiss und Giacomo Martinengo Marquet, Italien, Italy.
Enjoy the silence.
If you're not the one for me, then I'll come, I can bring you to your knees. If you're not the one for me, why do I hate the idea of being free? And if I'm not the one for you, you've gotta stop holding me the way you do. No, honey, if I'm not the one for you, why haven't we been through what we have been through? It's so cold down here.
12 Punkte sind es in 70,36 Sekunden. 12 penalties, 70.36 seconds. Van Thomas, der Niederländer war von Viceroy, wird geritten von Fleur Dijkstra, Niederlande, the Netherlands. Zweimalige ja von Van Thomas führt leider zum Aus von Fleur Dijkstra. Eliminated for the second disobedience. Die Westfalen Stute Maybe von Mylord Kadago wird geritten von Dalma Bichowski, Ungarn, Hungary.
If
6 Punkte insgesamt, 2 davon notieren wir für Zeitüberschreitung, 74,55 Sekunden. In total of 6 penalties, including 2 time faults, 74.55. Destiny Tuto jetzt und Francesco Lupo Parolin, Italien, Italy.
There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. When I feel that I don't belong, draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want is together again, baby. I know we'll be together again, 'cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me.
Es sind 8 Fehlerpunkte, 63,75 Sekunden. 8 penalty points, 63.75 seconds. Kerry Crest Reflection von Clover Echo wird geritten von Priscilla Giuzzani, Italien, Italy.
Always been a true angel, tell me now above. I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, wrap them around me, sometimes he'll whisper in no pain, no worries will you ever see me, so ready for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want is together again, baby. I know we'll be together again, 'cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Good times we'll share again. That makes me want say it loud and proud. All my love's for you. There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel you smile.
Es sind 4 Fehlerpunkte, 72,21 Sekunden. Das ist die Führung. 4 penalties, 72.21 seconds in the lead so far. Jalok jetzt und Lila Kulesa, Polen. Poland.
Everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight.
4 Fehlerpunkte und die neue Führung für Sherlock und Lilla Kulnesa. 66,74 for penalty, 66.74 seconds. Aus den Niederlanden Double D's von Queen Dender im Sattel Nana Adams, Netherlands. Insgesamt sind es 7 Punkte, 3 davon für Zeitüberschreitung, 75,97. 7 penalties including 3 for time, 75.97 seconds. Crystal Sky, non geritten von Hannah Peace, Poland. Hannah Peace verzichtet, Driver retires. Kilos-Sherry Crescento wird geritten von Jordan Scherbakow aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. Insgesamt sind es 6 Punkte, 2 davon für Zeitüberschreitung, 74,4 Sekunden. 6 penalties including 2 time faults, 74.4 seconds. Ellen Gross jetzt im Sattel, Cecilia Speranza, Italien, Italy. Es sind 5 Punkte noch für Zeitüberschreitung, 73,84, 5 penalties in total, 73.84 seconds. Die belgische Stufe Ocean von Presley Boy sehen wir unter dem Sattel von Grace Isabel Kühner, Deutschland, Germany.
Don't wish it away. Don't look at it like it's forever. Between you and me, I could honestly say that things can only get better. And while I'm away,
Das ist die erste fehlerfreie Runde. Bei den Individuals hier um den Preis vom Brunnenhof. Ohne Fehler in der Zeit von 69,42 Sekunden. Die Führung für Grace, Isabel Kühner und Ocean. The clear round 69.42 seconds in the lead. Fabiel Kropp, Jennifer und Naila Manetti, Italien, Italy.
just stare into space. Picture my face in
8 Fehlerpunkte, 66,76 Sekunden. 8 penalties, 66.76 seconds. Casita ist bei uns die Westfalenstute von Castellanos Stern. Geritten von Janne Friederike Zahn, Deutschland, Germany. Zwölf Fehlerpunkte, 4 davon für Zeitüberschreitung, 76,92. 12 penalties, including 4 for time, 76.92 seconds. Als nächstes La Prestige, geritten von Jana Lahodna, Tschechien, Czech Republic.
All the girls, they can kiss my hiney. Here I am at a famous school. I'm dressing sharp and I'm acting cool. I got a cheerleader here, wants to help with my paper. Let her do all the work and maybe later I'll rape her. Oh God, I am the American dream. I do not think I'm too extreme, and I'm a handsome son of a bitch. I'm gonna get a good job and be real rich. Get a good. Women's liberation came creeping all across the nation. I tell you people, I was not ready when I fucked this dyke by the name of Freddie. She made a little speech then. Oh, she tried to make me say when. She had my balls in a vice, but she left the dick. I guess it still hooked on, but now it shoots too quick. Oh God, I am the American dream, but now I smell like Vaseline, and I'm a miserable son of a bitch. Am I a boy or a lady? I don't know which. I wonder. So I went out and bought me a leisure suit. I jingle my change, but I'm still kinda cute. Got a job doing radio promo, and none of the jocks can even tell I'm a homo.
Wir sind 16 Fehlerpunkte, 71,35 Sekunden. Jana Lahodna und La Prestige, 16 penalties, 71.35 seconds.
As long as I get a little golden shower, oh God, I am the American dream. With a spindle up my butt till it makes me scream, and I'll do anything to get ahead. I'll lay awake nights saying thank you, friend. Oh God, I'm so glad.
Destin des Caddy, geritten von Annik Micke aus der Schweiz, Switzerland.
Watch me now, I'm going down, and my name is Bobby
Watch me now, I'm going down, and my name is Bobby Brown. Watch me now, I'm going down.
Yeah, I knew you'd be surprised.
Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting when the evening comes, watching the ships roll in, and then I'll watch them roll away again. Yeah, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, I'm just sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. I left my home in Georgia, headed for the Frisco Bay.
4 Punkte in 68,98. Four penalties, 68.98.
Like nothing's gonna come my way, so I'm just gonna sit.
Der Schluss war nun die kleine Lady geritten von Paulina Sloniec, Polen.
Away. Sitting on the dock of a bay, wasting time. Look like nothing's gonna change. Everything still remains the same. I can't do what 10 people tell me to do, so I guess I'll remain the same. Listen, sitting here resting my bones, and this loneliness won't leave me alone. Listen, 2,000 miles I roam just to make this dock my home. Now I'm just gonna sit at the dock of a bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, I'm sitting on the dock of a bay, wasting time.
Zum Abschluss 8 Punkte, 69,75 Sekunden für Paulina Sloniec und die kleine Lady 8 penalties, 69.75 seconds. Es gewinnt den Preis vom Brunnenhof dem einzigen fehlerfreien Ritt Grace Isabel Kühner, Deutschland. Wir gratulieren. Die Siegerehrung ohne Pferd Siegerung der besten 3 hier. Grace Isabel Kühner, Lilla Kulessa und Annik Michel. Siegerung der internationalen Springprüfung gerichtet nach Fehlerpunkten und seit den Preis des Brunnenhof gewinnt. Eingedeckt in der Paradedecke des Linzer Pferdefestivals mit Ocean, Grace Isabel Kühner, Deutschland. Wir gratulieren recht herzlich. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie bitten, sich von Ihren Plätzen zu erheben, zu Ehren der Siegerin, die Hymne Deutschlands. So, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. Grace Isabel Kühner. Traditionsgemäß wird zunächst die Siegerung vorgenommen vom Vorsitzenden der internationalen Jury dieser Prüfung, Herrn Robert Fecker, mit dem Ehrenpreis des Brunnenhof Frau Petra Janot. Auf dem zweiten Rang steht Mieczalok Lila Kulesa, Poland, the second place for Poland. Und Rang 3, the third place, Destin Doiskadi und Anis Michel, Schweiz, Switzerland, the third. Und dann, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, gratulieren wir noch einmal der Siegerin Grace Isabel Kühner und dem Platzierten mit einem Applaus auf die Ehrenrunde. Please take your lap of honor. Minuten bis zum entscheidenden zweiten Umlauf des Children Nations Cup von Linz.
Takes the morning train.
nothing. 'Cause we got the fire, and we burning one hell of a something. They're gonna see us from outer space, light it up. Like we're the stars of the human race, When the lights turning down, they don't know what they heard. Shut the marsh, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We don't wanna leave, no. We just wanna be right now, right now. And what we see is everybody's on the floor acting crazy, getting local till the lights out. Music's on, I'm waking up. We start the fire, and we burn it up. And we're sober now, we got the love. As we're sleeping now, and we're sleeping now. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Shut the marsh, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Shut the marsh, play it loud, giving love to the world. We can light it up, 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 so they can't put it out, out, out. We can light it up, up, so they can't put it out, out, out. We can light it up, up, so they can't put it out, out, out. We can light it up, up, so they can't put it out, out, out. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Shut the marsh, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Shut the marsh, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the
In wenigen Augenblicken beginnen wir mit der entscheidenden zweiten Runde. Preis der Nationen der Children hier in Linz. Der gleiche Parcours wie im ersten Umlauf. The second round is the same course. For the first round, the time allowed 73 seconds. 73 Sekunden, noch einmal die erlaubte Zeit. Und mit 28 Punkten aus dem ersten
Well, here we go. Welcome back, everybody. Delighted to have you with us once more. We come now to the second round of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth for the children. It has been a really engaging opening round that we saw a little bit earlier on this morning. These 8 teams, therefore, set up by the scores they got from that opening round of jumping. Austria first up. Sadly dropped away the home team a little bit on a score of 28. But then it'll be the Czech Republic 17 their score. The Swiss and Polish riders coming back on a score of 9. Germany on 8. And then to the top 3. In third after round 1, Romania on 4. The Dutch on 3. And Italy leading on a clear. Now, Emile Larouche is the first of the horses out. Lily Ellen Shubashaba here for Austria. And this mare kicking things off. Unfortunately, though, having a fence down. She had a difficult opening round. It's her Nations Cup debut. I'm sure she'll just be hoping to improve where she can on that. Well done to kick things off in the second round of jumping here for the Austrian rider, and although picking up some jumping in time, because time allowed set at 73 seconds, but nevertheless I think overall we'll be happy with the way that has improved from one round to the next. Now we move on to the Czech Republic's Patrick Koptani. He was certainly the standout in their opening round with that clear round. So Ladani with a chance of getting a double clear here this morning. Is that achievable? We will see. Oh, what a shame the last fell as well. After that excellent opening round, he comes to the end of the second round on a score of 23, and it demonstrates, despite the fact that it's the same course, how easy it is for one round to be very different to the other.
79.42 seconds. Jetzt das Team aus der Schweiz mit 9 Punkten. Dover und Matilda Laxon representing Switzerland.
Now we move on to the Swiss. One or two teams on a score of 9. So Matilda Larsen here in Dover 9. Started the opening round for the Swiss team on a score of 5. Already on 4, but just riding a little bit more forward. Sadly, though, of course, when you push the rhythm up that bit, you always add an extra mistake. So they finish on a score of 8. They do get in on the clock. But for the moment, my Swiss, no. Again, just struggling a little bit. Of course, what you're really hoping as a chef to keep team riders for a strong start in the second round, if you can get one, because that put you on the front foot. And these teams on 9, the Swiss and Poland, who go next, they're not that far off the chance of 5 penalties away from potentially getting on the podium. With the way that a Nations Cup competition can swing from one end to the other, there is a lot still to play for if they can get some good results. Alicia Kosomal here in Clearwater PPZ, who did start, was one of 2 clear rounds for Poland in round 1. Well, for the score, it is, though, still the best of the rounds that we've seen so far in this second round of jumping, but of course, compared to the clear that they would have been hoping for the double clear, it shows again just how difficult it is to get a double clear in any sort of Nations Cup competition. So, a slightly stronger start than the Swiss, of course, though, with that 8. Always going to look towards potential best scores, and when you're looking at the top 3 scores from your team counting, with 3 still to go in each team, they could finish where they've started. Germany, who got a clear right at the end from their final rider to bring them home on the 8 penalties for a team. That was Brian Beerbaum. Their opening riders picking up 4 apiece. This was one of them. Back now is Lutz Gustova riding Castellino 5. Germany sitting in 4th place after the opening round, just 4 penalties off the podium. Still clear coming down across the arena to the double. They're going to get a little bit tight with the time, but I think they'll probably just squeeze in if they get a good turn here, which they have. Well, 4 in the opening round, but a clear to start things off, and Germany very, very strong to begin this second round with the first clear in the second round. And of course, like I was saying a moment ago, if you can put yourself on the front foot now, that puts pressure on the top three teams, and Germany with every chance to think that they could yet start to move forward.
Representing Romania. The total score after the first round for Romania, 4 points.
So Daria Maria Kopas here for Romania, another rider. Put in a good performance in that opening round. They just had a score of 4 to contend with. Of course, Romania sitting in third in the bronze medal position, so to say, on that 4 penalty score after the opening round. They're within a fence of the lead, 1 penalty behind second place. And now they know that Germany have put a clear up right from the start. They need to be able to respond if they can. It's a lovely looking horse, this one by Cascadello. It's just very smooth so far. Neat and tidy rider. Might just get a little bit close to the time allowed of 73 seconds, though, watching that clock. Where is she? She has just picked up a single time penalty. It's an improvement, though, over their opening round where they picked up the score of 4. So, total of 1 penalty for the first to go in this second round for the Romanian team, Daria Maria Copaster and Castigo d'Amor. So that means the next to go will be the first of the Dutch riders. Now, Meg Lissink here and Galabek Zed. They left the fences up in the opening round, but this young lady picking up a total of 3 time penalties. Mind you, though, the Dutch were drawn third in that opening round, so she was one of the early starters, where it was perhaps a little harder to judge the clock. It is a horse that does just have a slightly more sort of sedate pace in the way that it goes forward. Certainly able to jump the fences, but the Netherlands sitting in second. They're less than a fence away from the Italians on that score of 3. But no, they've only got 1 penalty in their hand over the Romanian team. Turning right-handed, they're making sure that they should be fine on the clock, and that is consistency. Mayak therefore doesn't touch a pole over the 2 rounds of jumping, just those 3 from the opening round. But the Netherlands on the front foot as well. So brilliant rounds from Germany, Romania, and now with the Dutch in there as well. They're all trying to make sure they put a little bit of pressure on Italy.
Because it's not free.
Just trying to see what's going on out there. The wind has picked up a little bit. I'm sure something's blown over, because as you can see, there's a little bit of pointing going on at the moment from Andre, who is the first of the Italian riders. Now, Italy had such a great start. The team, the only team to get through the opening round on a score of 0. They had 3 clears and 1 rider on 4. But to start them off, as he did in the opening round, was one of those clear rounds. And this is Andrea Pisani riding Charlemagne JTZ, gelding by Cascas out of a Carthago Z mare. Of course, still to come a little bit later on here as well today. After this, I should mention we do have more Nations Cup jumping for you to be able to enjoy. as we're going to be bringing you live coverage as well here on this Thursday, the 2nd of May, of the ponies for the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth. Tomorrow we've got the juniors and also the young riders. So 2 great days of sport here from Linz. Right, the bell has gone, and that means we get underway with the important opening round for the Italian team here. Andrea Pisani looking to be the first, perhaps, double clear of this competition, and ensuring that Italy get the same sort of start as they did in that opening round. There's a lot of jumping still to come in this second round. You've already seen some strong rounds from the teams that are vying for the top spot, and Italy needing to handle that. Been a little bit worried that he might just go a bit tight to the time allowed. He's got a little bit of a steadier pace than perhaps I think he needs to be going at. But he has been very careful to try and cut the corners. I think he's aware of it himself. Not letting the horse go too wide. He's keeping the stride down. But again, I just think obviously got a rhythm that works here. It allows the horse to jump the fences. And he should just be okay. I don't think he's going to have a huge amount of spare time. And what a time to deliver a double clear for the Italian team. Andrea Pisani and Chalemons JTZ has jumped a double clear here in the Youth Nations Cup for children in Linz. So a cracking performance from Italy to start us off. And certainly responding to the positive rounds from the likes of Germany, Romania and the Netherlands to keep their advantage. Next to go, we loop back to the top, back to Austria, and Annalena Grasperl and Artos.
Representing Czech Republic.
No, we are not seeing them. We are going on one. I believe that. Yes, it is the Czech Republic's Victoria Popislova riding Hollywood de Hosiot. So, slid down the order from that strong start in round 1. Czech Republic already holding a discard in round 2 with 23, but this combination will want to improve on that 12 penalty score from the opening round, if they can. And themselves slightly out of position, and the horse just coming to a stop. Covered well, they've kept moving. They know it's important to try and get to the finish. Time penalties now beginning as well. Vittoria Pospiljova then, and Hollywood de Hosiot coming over the last for the Czech Republic on a final total score of 23. And unfortunately, that is a repetition of the mark from their opening rider, Patrick Kopatani. So that will move the score now onto a total of 40.
9 aus der ersten Runde, 4,
So Switzerland will be up next.
8 in der zweiten Runde mit Borussia nun am Start.
Second rotation of riders currently underway here in this Children's Nations Cup. Now the Swiss, to remind you, were on 9 after the opening round, tied with Poland. Their first rider in round 2 has picked up a score of 8. As we look towards the Longines Arch and the entrance of our next combination. This should be Lorena Stella Hurry for Switzerland. Strong performance, just picking up 4 penalties in the opening round. Just waiting for a moment, countdown just held. But yes, they don't want to slide back after the 8. Try and keep that off that scorecard, and they can still pick up then if problems come for the others. Nicely done so far. Ooh, they did well to recover at the plank, and somehow between the two of them, they will go on the 4. Oh, and unfortunately, the last goes Lorena Stella Hurry going over the last, but it does go down. And that mark of 8 counts, or one of the 2 marks of 8 will count. So 17 for the Swiss. So disappointing for them. It does mean they just fall away a little bit. Of course, the Czech Republic further back.
In der zweiten Runde sehen wir Uraka, geritten von Susanna Kucheravi, representing Poland.
So this is Susanna Kosorani riding for Poland, holding a 4 penalty discard in the opening round of this second round of jumping. And that first fence going down does mean that Poland will now move on to a mark of 13. Well, they're going to keep it to the 4 until they land on that back rail. They just twisted slightly in the air, which means it is a score of 8 as they cross the line for Poland, which moves them onto a team score of 13.
Das Team Deutschland 8 aus dem ersten Umlauf, 0 im zweiten Umlauf bisher. Jetzt mit Vancouver, Finn Hobitz representing Germany.
Well, the next to go, it's the turn of Germany, who've had that brilliant start with Christophers Clear on Castellino 5. Now Flynn Hobbits riding Vancouver, this Westphalian gelding by Valiant. Again, this is a partnership that had a score of 4 in that opening round of jumping. But Germany certainly looking to come back, and they're going to be there to pick up the pieces if any of those top 3 teams have an error, if they can get another clear here. This is going to be a big round. It's... No! Even the music was going to play, and that final fence is becoming, well, trickier and trickier in this second round. You can remember the course is identical. Nothing's changed out there between round 1 and round 2. But that full second round of jumping, fitness does come into it a little bit as well. And that score of 4, I mean, Germany still for the moment can finish on the 8. And certainly far from it, but as they're looking to push forward, unfortunately there it is Flynn Hobbits and Vancouver with the last going down. Now Romania, who got close to a clear in their opening rider in this second round, but it was a 1 penalty score for Daria Maria Kopos. Now it's under Elina Batia riding Chocolate Brown. Now this was one of the 2 clear rounds for the Romanian team, and could yet only be the second double clear of this Youth Nations Cup for the children. So far so good, just turning back. Just wants to keep that momentum, keep that rhythm a little bit more coming down to the water now, but you can see what she was trying to be careful to do was not overjump the water and cause herself a problem at the plank. Into the double, out of the double, still on the clear. Tricky final fence is also clear to deliver the double clear. Lovely to see for Anda Elena Bociara and Team Romania. So it keeps progressing very strongly for them as they stay on that overall team score of 4. Now the Netherlands looking to try and keep themselves on that overall score of 3. They've already had a clear round to start things off, which was an excellent start when Mayak Lusink delivered the clear in round 2. Now Charlotte Van Loon riding Dulce Vita, this mare by Vigaro, is looking to try. These 2 were the discard, sadly, from the opening round when they ran into problems and left with a score of 14. A big change in their fortunes would be timely for the Netherlands. Doing well so far. Just got a little bit wide there. Coming back strongly after the problems in round one with so far just gone coming out of the double as the camera came away. It was in the end a score of 4, but that is a huge improvement on their opening round, and it is a strong discount to have now for the Netherlands. So for the moment, they stay on that score of 3 from round one. Still waiting to see if a team can produce a double clear from its opening 2 riders. Now, Italy have got the chance to do it. This was the only rider, in fact, to touch a pole. They had a score of 4 in the opening round, which was the lowest in the discard score for Italy, but it's not taking away from what was a really good round of jumping. Maria Vittoria Chiaraschino here with Let's Go. Already Italy have seen Andrea Pisani and Charlemagne JTZ jump the double clear. When it's going your way, it's going your way. But unfortunately, Let's Go finishes on 4. But for the moment, that's just a repetition. And it does mean that Italy still could yet finish on a 0 score. So at the halfway mark in this second round of jumping, we are still watching the Italians in the lead. They are the only team that could finish on a 0. The Dutch could yet still finish on 3. Romania could yet finish on 4. And Germany could finish still on 8. So after 2 rounders are gone, it's still as you were for the top 4 teams. Poland now at best could manage 13, the Swiss on 17, and of course the Czech Republic and Austria, sadly, having more difficult times. We're going to take a short grading break and come back in a few moments' time.
Ein dringender Personenruf. Wir bitten den Fahrzeuglenker mit dem BMW Kennzeichen Linz Land LL 968 CM bitte umzupacken. Linz Land 968 CM. Dankeschön.
On behalf of the FEI, welcome to Linz Ebelsberg for another exciting leg of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Seasons 2024. It is with a great anticipation that we await to discover the young talents which will be competing here in the coming days. The FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series is an essential building block for our sport, teaching young athletes the importance of teamwork and companionship all while allowing them to gain experience at international level. Over the 2024 season, we have 9 qualifiers, following which the best teams per region will come together to fight it out for the highest step of the podium at the final in Leer from the 12th to the 15th of September. The FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series offers a unique opportunity for our young stars to represent the nation, create unforgettable memories and kindle a fire for future international representing and success. Thank you to the organizers, partners, volunteers and officials for providing the next generation of athletes with such an incredible platform to showcase their talent. We wish every nation competing in Linz Ebelsberg the best of luck.
Es geht nun weiter nach der kurzen Pause mit der Entscheidung Children Nations Cup of Linz mit dem Team aus Österreich mit Niorici Jahre.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go with the final 16 rounds of jumping across these 8 teams that will decide the outcome. Who will stand on top of the podium here in Linz in this round of the FEI Youth Jumping Nations Cup Series? At the moment, the Italians are in charge of this class. They've got a 3-penalty advantage over the Netherlands. It is awfully tight, though, with Romania very much in the hunt on a score of 4 as well. Now, this is, though, Austria at home. Lina Koller. The ride is Niorki R. These new riders for the Austrian team are struggling a little bit today, I think, is to be fair. And we see them now just giving the experience here with this mare by Andiamo.
4 Punkte in der Zeit.
Lena Koller there getting us back underway on the recurve, just the 4, so a lovely round for the Austrian team. She was improving over a score of 5 from the opening round.
Illusion und Vanessa Hajkova für das Team aus Tschechien, representing Czech Republic.
Well, we're moving across now to Vanessa Hajkova, an illusion here for the Czech Republic. And this was a rider that scored 9 in the opening round. This mare.
Wie viele Punkte in der Zeit für Vanessa Hajkova und dem Team Tschechien? 4 penalty points.
4 is the score, but it is inside the time, and the Czech Republic again moving now onto a score of 44. Now for the Swiss, who have had 2 8 penalty scores so far, Grace Bill and Claire as their third rider. Now in the opening round, these two sadly were eliminated, but had a fall. Hopefully in this round things can improve for the pair of them. This mare by Stargold.
I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride, but something touched me deep inside the day the music died.
Well, again, they've had a problem with the stop, but come back and jump it on the second occasion. And sadly, the round also coming again to an early end for that partnership for the Swiss, so they will move on by an additional 8 penalties, which means they're on to a score of 25. Glad to see they're okay, though. They're able to walk away, but it is such a disappointment. There's so much talent in these youth ranks, and each and every one of these riders.
Grace Bill. Und dann für das Team aus Polen, 9 aus dem ersten Umlauf, 4 und 8 in der zweiten Runde bisher mit Charlton. Adam Goszczynski, representing Poland. 9 after the first round and 4 and 8 in the second round for Poland so far.
So we're back to Poland. Adam Kozinski now and Charlton, Polish team who could at best finish on a score of 13. Got a 4 and an 8 so far. And the Polish rider on course now who was the discard in the opening round. Coming round to the last, and that's how you recover from one round to the next. They may well have taken a time penalty, but at the end of it all, as they land to finish things off, they do so with a 1 penalty score. Now we move on to Marie.
Für das Team aus Deutschland, Top 10 Semili, geritten von Marie Neukirch, representing Germany. 8 nach dem ersten Umlauf, 0 und 4 in der zweiten Runde bisher.
First, when there's nothing but a slow glowing dream that your fear seems to hide deep inside your mind. All alone, I have cried silent tears full of pride in a world made of
Marie Nierix now, top 10 Semili.
close my eyes, feel the rhythm wrap around, take a hold of my heart. What a feeling, please believe it.
Well, they land with a clear and top 10 Semili for Germany, ensuring they stick on 8. And what a great round that was, because after their discard round in the opening round, again we're seeing big improvements from round to round, and that is an excellent performance for the German team.
12 Punkte bisher. 12 points so far for the team of Germany.
Well,
Wir starten nun für das Team Rumänien.
next to go, Romania. They're starting to feel the pressure, I would think. They've got 1 penalty and a clear so far, so they are off to a great start. And Ina Maria Batia, who's the third of the Romanian riders, again was the struggling round, I guess, the discard round in the opening round. But there's no reason to think that with Kashmir they can't bounce back and improve as well. Just the 4 at the moment. It means that Romania will now move on to a score of 5, because they'll have to count the single time penalty from that opening combination. At the moment, though, it obviously still keeps them ahead of Germany, and doesn't really make much difference in terms of the Dutch, who are 2 penalties now ahead of them instead of 1. What it does do, though, is perhaps helps the Italians, because it gives that a little bit more. It's more than a fence now between first and third.
Punkte in der Zeit für Ina Maria Boyita und Kashmir. 4 penalty points in the time for the team Romania. Für die Niederlande jetzt Don Diablo.
So that was a total of 4 for the Romanian partnership. Now we move on to the Dutch, who are holding a discard of 4 in this round now. As Mini Vos and Don Diablo about to get underway. Now this combination in the opening round, one of their 2 clears, and they now, I guess, need that to be repeated as they again try to, well, hope that they can somehow overcome the Italians, almost losing the balance a bit coming into that.
disappear. I told her I'm not really looking for another mistake. I called an old friend thinking that the trouble would wait, but then I jumped right in. A week later returned. I reckon she was only looking for a lover to burn, but I gave her my time for 2 or 3 nights. Then I put it on pause until the moment was right. I went away for
Lovely round, but it is sadly with a score attached to it. So the 4 scored does mean now that the Netherlands, and that does make quite a change, because the Netherlands now move on to a score of 7. So there has been a change on the podium, and the Dutch now, who move into 3rd place on that score of 7, and now actually need 1 penalty mark ahead of Germany. So Germany's really knocking on the door to get onto the podium, but Italy perhaps with a little bit of breathing space. We will see. This is their turn.
only wanna see her. We drink away the days with a takeaway pizza. Before a text message was the only way to reach her. Now she's staying at my place and loves the way I treat her. Singing out Aretha all over the track like a feature. And never wants to sleep, I guess that I don't want to either. But me and her, we make money the same way.
On the 4 means that Italy now move on to a score of 4, and Romania will be kicking themselves for the time penalty because they are now 1 penalty off the lead. And again, it makes things tighter. It also means now Germany have gone from 2 fences to 1 fence of the lead. In fact, we have the top 4 teams separated by 4 penalties. Bizarrely, I'm not talking about a jump-off because, well, I guess that could happen. It would come down to Germany and Italy. The others look to be well enough divided by time penalties. But it's all coming down to this. Yardavram and Cabello is the first of the final rotation of riders. So 4 riders in each team. We now get to the 4th rider to go.
Hotel floor, and I wasn't looking for a promise or commitment, but it was never just fun, and I thought you were different. This is not the way you realize what you
Well, that's gone. Unfortunately, now I'm going to go back to reminding you as well that when we got to the 4th rider in each of the teams, all bar the Czech Republic's 4th rider jumped a clear round. It's a shame for Austria because it would have been lovely to see Jana going double clear, but there's certainly a huge amount of strength in depth with these final 2. Well, they do just finish on the 4, but it's a strong performance towards the end of the team rounds for Austria here at home, but they've certainly been able to give some of their young jockeys some good experience, and it's always a special moment when you're jumping at home on an international team for your home nation. So the Austrian team wrap up on a score of 50 at the end of it all. Now to the Czech Republic. They're on a total of 44 at the moment. They're holding quite a large discard. Andriana Hakarova and Trist Ostral is the final rider in this team. Doing a brilliant job at the moment as she comes down to the water. She was the only fourth rider not to get a clear in the opening round of jumping, but she's certainly going a long way to trying to put that right. But unfortunately, you could just see the way the horse just running on a little bit, and she's struggling now a little bit more with the control.
Acht Fehlerpunkte sind es in der Zeit für das Team aus Tschechien. Somit insgesamt nach dem zweiten
We
Umlauf.
finish on a score of 8 and the Czech Republic score
52.
52. As a total, it actually still keeps the Czech Republic ahead of. In fact, it won't, will it? It'll drop them behind the Austrian team. And so Austria actually have moved up one. Switzerland going next and getting underway here with this partnership to try and continue to get a double clear. Leonie Alessandra Bellini. Well done. Now, just this turn back towards the last that's caught out a few in this round. These wonderful silver poles have done it again. Down they go. Not proved to be so wonderful for one or two, but that ensures that it's a counting score as well. It moves the Swiss team onto a completion score of 29. In fact, that's the 8, isn't it? So sorry, apologies. It'll move their score on to a score of 33. See, I agree. There we go, 33. Helena Guller and Cameron MK going next. And they currently are on a team score of 14. With a discard they're holding on to as an 8. Another rider looking for a double clear here, Helena Guller. Carbonara MK, the Hanoverian mare by Contendros 2. Going round to the combination. It's jumped better in the second round in a weird way than it jumped in the first round. Got shortened up to get over the plank. Coming to this double. Fist in the air, very happy. Double clear round for the Polish rider, Helena Guller.
0 Punkte in der erlaubten Zeit. Somit
Well, Carbonara MK just converting Poland into a final score of 14 come the end of it all. So they will finish in 5th place. Now, getting to the business end because we're going to move on to the first of the final 4 riders to go. Germany, of course, with Brianna Beerbaum riding Batelli 5, part of the gold medal winning team last summer at the Europeans in the children's. This ride is key for Germany, who still could yet find their way onto the podium. They are only 1 fence off the lead, but the top 4 teams are only separated by 1 fence. 8, 7, 5 and 4 penalties between the scores. Each of those teams as well holding on to a discard score as well. Brilliantly done, the double clear, the anchor leg, and the gold medal winner from last year has shown all of her class and talent with that performance. And Germany keeping the pressure on. They started this second round on a score of 8 penalties, and they have finished on that total as well. They could yet force the Italian team into a jump-off situation. They could yet find their way onto the podium. It's all now down to these final 3 rounds of jumping. Romania being the first of them. They're holding a discard score of 4, but they are on a score of 5, and therefore if they have a fence down, they would fall behind Germany. They need the double clear from Haraya Boutaz and Huracan RC. Pressure moments here. And Horia Boutaz. If he lands the clear, of course, Romania, sitting in second place at the moment, will be very much in with a shout of winning this, because if the Italians have a single fence down, it'll be too much. This is such an important moment as he comes and jumps the last, and he scores the clear round for the Romanian team. And Horia Boutaz and Huracan RC delivering there in outstanding form and ensuring a second place finish at worst. The Romanian team wrapping up on a score of 5. The pressure will be on the Italians now. The Romanian team have ensured that they started this second round on a score of 4. They finish it on a score of 5. Now to the Dutch. They are battling their way now for a finish on the podium. They only have a 1 penalty advantage over the German team. It's 7 for the Dutch. It's 8 finished and done for Germany. The Dutch holding a 4 penalty discard, cannot afford a fence. Joop Schaap and Le Volk, who jumped the clear in the opening round, need to repeat that feat and deliver the double clear for the Netherlands to secure 3rd place and a step on the podium here in this FEI Jumping Youth Nations Cup in Linz in Austria. Every fence has got to be perfect. to the combination. A time penalty would of course level the score with Germany, as it would be for the lower reachers. Well, not lower reachers, but it would be not for the lead. It would look towards their overall team times. It's only a jump off if it's a tie for the win. Does a good job there, turning up nice and tight though. And in all fairness, this wonderful horse, this mare by Harley VDL, has never looked like touching a pole. They've got ample time. They want to be on the podium. The Netherlands are on the podium with that round of jump. Seven as a finishing score. So we know there's certainly not going to be a jump off for this, because this is either Romania's day or the Italians' day, and it will come down to this round. They cannot afford a fence. It has to be clear for the win for Italy. Romania on the 5, the Netherlands on 7, Italy on 4, but they are holding a 4 penalty discard. It is either the win, a single time fault would, in fact, a clear and a time penalty would send us to a jump off, but I just see that as an unlikely scenario. And in the case of a jump off, all 4 riders would come back. These two delivered the clear in round 1. Passe Partut van Kobrashova, the mare by the Windows van het Kosteveld, or Corner de Blensky. Really positive down to the water. Antonio Spano here riding with a lot of confidence. Comes quite wide on the turn back, but this horse has got a nice forward rhythm to the way that it covers the ground. You can see he's just keeping it in the rhythm that he's comfortable at. He certainly hasn't got to worry about time. He's just got to worry about this fence. And he's jumped it to win it for Italy. Oh no, the 4. Something's gone down somewhere. The 4 penalties late on. It has changed the order as the fence has gone down. In fact, it was behind that wing, which means that the Italians finish on a score of 8, and it is going to be the team from Romania that have won this. Congratulations to the Romanian team that kicked it off. They were the first to go in round 1. They've done it here in the second round. To Daria Maria Copas, who was their first rider, to Anda Elena Vitiaia, to the wonderful performance of Nina Maria Botier, and their final rider, Horia Vitiaz. The quartet from Romania have found their way on to the top of the podium. That late fence going down for the Italian team has in fact cost them here today. They will, though, I believe, finish on a level score, of course, with Germany on a mark of 8. But it is the Dutch that take second place on a 7 penalty score. So twists and turns are plenty. That's what Nations Cup jumping does. And the standard and quality of the youth jumping and what this FEI jumping Youth Nations Cup series delivers time and time again is great entertainment, but it's also great sport. And these young jockeys who work tirelessly to continue to improve, it's a fabulous foundation for them for the future, and hopefully plenty more opportunities to jump for the nation. We're going to see more Nations Cup jumping a little bit later on as well. Well, in fact, in the not too distant future, because we're going to this afternoon as well enjoy the ponies here from Linz, Elbersberg. So that is coming your way, and excited for that one. So we're going to see that this afternoon. And just to confirm the start time for that, will be 1 p.m. here this afternoon, local time. So we get underway in around 50 minutes time, if all goes to plan, with the FEI Jumping Nations Cup for youth ponies.
this.
There is nothing that is wrong in wanting you to stay here with me. I know you've got somewhere to go, but won't you make yourself at home and stay with me? And don't you ever leave. Lay down, Sally, and rest here in my arms. Don't you think you want someone to talk to? Lay down, Sally, no need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you. Sun ain't nearly on the rise. We still got the moon and
Begrüßen wir mit einem Applaus, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, die besten 3 Teams des Children FEI Jumping Nations Cup 2024. Das ist die Siegerehrung, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, im Children FEI Jumping Nations Cup 2024. Vor uns stehen 4 Teams, denn den 3. Platz teilen sich 2 Teams. Wir dürfen bitten, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, die Aktiven abzusteigen. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear riders, please dismount. Den 3. Rang teilen sich mit 8 Fehlerpunkten. We have a tie on the 3rd place with 8 penalties. Mit den Reitern Lutz Krebshöfer, Finn Hobbitz, Marie Neukirch und Brian Beerbam und dem Chef d'Equipe Karl Seemann, das Team Deutschland, Germany, the 3rd place. Und ex equo der 3. Rang mit Andrea Pisani, Maria Vittoria Giancico, Gabriel Zani Minucci und Antonio Spano und dem Chef d'Equipe Marco Bergomi, das Team Italien, Italy 3rd place. Mit 7 Fehlerpunkten, meine Damen und Herren, mit Michael Leusing, Charlotte von Loon, Minnie Voss und Jabe Sharp und dem Chef d'Equipe Edwin Hogenrath, das Team Niederlande, der zweite Rang, Netherlands second place. Und der Sieg, meine Damen und Herren, mit 5 Punkten total nach beiden Runden mit Daria Maria Kopos, Anda Elena Bochita, Ina Maria Bochita und Horia Potuzza mit dem Chef d'Equipe Alexandru Jaworski, das Team Rumänien, Romania. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, an dieser Stelle dürfen wir Sie bitten, sich zu erheben von Ihren Plätzen. Zu Ehren des siegreichen Teams ertönt die Hymne Rumäniens. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to rise for the national anthem of Romania. Once again, congratulations to Romania. Für den Sponsor der Prüfung, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, wird die Ehrenpreise überreichen Frau Petra Janot und für die Jury der Präsident der internationalen Jury dieser Prüfung und der Foreigner Judge des Turniers, Herr Bruno Laubscher. Da gibt es die Glückwünsche noch einmal für das siegreiche Team Rumänien mit dem Equipchef Alexandru Ibrowski, Daria Maria Kopos, Anda Elena Bochita, Ina Maria Bochita und Horia Potuzza. Der zweite Rang, noch einmal die Niederlande mit 7 Punkten, mit Michael Leusing, Charlotte von Loon, Minnie Voss und Jabe Sharp und dem Equipchef Edwin Hogenrath. The tie on the third place, the teams from Italy and Germany with Andrea Pisani, Maria Vittoria Giancico, Gabriela Sani Minucci, Antonio Spanol, and the German team Lutz Krebshofer, Finn Hobbits, Marie Neukirch and Brianne Berbaum. Mit den Chef d'Equipes für Italien Marco Bergomi und für Deutschland Karl Seemann. werden noch die letzten Fotos gemacht. Und wenn die dann im Kasten sind, meine Damen und Herren, dürfen wir die Aktiven bitten, aufzusteigen wieder auf die Pferde. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear competitors, please remount to your horses. Das, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, war die Siegerehrung und die erste Entscheidung einer Team-Competition. Die Team-Competition der FEI Jumping Nations Cup der Children ist entschieden. Es geht, angeführt von Rumänien, auf die abschließende Ehrenrunde, the Lap of Honor. Das Team Rumänien. Gewinner, Team Romania, Daria Maria Kopos, Anda Elena Bochita, Ina Maria Bochita, Horia Butuso, Niederlande, the Netherlands, Michael Leusing, Charlotte von Loon, Minnie Fosen, Joe Schaaf und der dritte Rang. Den teilen sich Deutschland und Italien, Andrea Pisani, Maria Vittoria Giancico, Gabriel Sani Minucci, Antonio Stano und es kommt Lutz Kretschöfer mit Finn Habitz, Marie Neukirch und Brianne Beerbaum. Und noch einmal das siegreiche Team. Es kommt nochmal Rumänien. Congratulations. Gratulation. Es wird alles angerichtet, alles aufgebaut für die nächste Prüfung. 30 Minuten noch Zeit, bis der FEI Nations Cup der Ponys eingeläutet wird. Beginnt seit 13 Uhr der nächste Competition. The Nations Cup of the Ponys will start at 1.
Won't you stay with me? Don't you ever leave? Lay down, Sally. I'm resting in my arms. Don't you think you want someone to talk to? Lay down, Sally. There's no need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you. See the morning light, color in your face so dreamily. someone to talk to. Lay down, Sally, there's no need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you. Lay down, Sally, and rest here in my arms. Don't you think you want someone to talk to? Lay down, Sally, there's no need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you.
You'll only come out at night, lean and hungry, tired. Nothing is new, seen it here before. Watching, waiting, she's sitting with you, but her eyes are on the door. So many are paid to see what you think you get it for free. The woman is wild, she can't tame by the perfect jaguar. Money's a matter. If you're in it for love, you ain't gonna get too far. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. I wouldn't if I were you. I know what she can do. She's deadly mad. She could really rip your world apart. Mind over matter. The beauty is there, but the beast is in the heart. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater.
dews pouring well over your skin's delight. But the shadow it grows and takes the depth away, leaving broken down pieces to this priceless ballet. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the deeper down. If we build all those bridges, don't watch them thin down to dust, or blow them voluntarily out of constant trust. The clock is ticking, it's last couple of clocks, and there won't be a party with the weather in front. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. Heading deep down, we're sliding without noticing our own decline. Heading deep down, we're hanging on to sweet nothing's left behind. Deeper down. Deeper down. Deeper down. Deeper down. Down, deeper down. If we build all those bridges, don't watch them thin down to dust, or blow them voluntarily out of constant trust. The clock is ticking, it's last couple of clocks, and there won't be a party